Good morning, everyone. We're in the record. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control, as chairperson of Alcohol of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or log-in information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or concerns to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2022-007. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short. Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 11 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first hearing today is the protest hearing status case number 21 PRO 00095, Aces Lounge, license number 119314. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? And while we're waiting, Mr. James Short has joined us, so the board now has 6 members in attendance. And as I stated before, we do have a quorum to conduct business today.
Everyone has been elevated.
I believe that the parties in this case are, I see that we have the representative, Mr. Bailey, and I believe that Mr. Adolfo. So, Mr. Bailey and Mr. Adolfo, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Just hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, Mr. Adolfo.
I just wanted to inform you that we have agreed to a community settlement agreement. Our ANC meets tonight, and we were going to have the vote on it to finally approve it. But myself and Mr. Bailey have already agreed to the settlement agreement.
Yep. That's great to hear. That's great to hear, Mr. Adolfo. So one of the things that once Mr. Bailey comes on, then unless we had, well, I'll wait till Mr. Bailey comes on.
Okay.
I see that his His name is on the screen, but I'm not hearing him. I'm not hearing from him. Mr. Bailey, are you there, sir? Ms. Foshbon, I see that you had elevated the rights of Mr. Bailey, but I'm not quite sure if he's here with us. Can you check to see, is his microphone on? I don't know.
Person,
Can I
unmuted
go out
him.
and come back in so I can, because I can't hear anything.
Well, we can hear you now, but can you not hear us? So why don't you,
It's like it's really low.
the what, sir? Well, okay, why don't you sign out and then sign
Yeah,
out
I'm gonna sign out and come right back in.
and Miss Foshbon, can you look to see when Mr. Bailey has logged back in, please?
All right, give me 1 second.
Ms. Foshbon, has Mr. Bailey logged back in as yet? Ms. Foshman, has Mr. Bailey logged back in as yet, please?
That is a negative. Chairperson, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am. Thank you. I see, Mr. Adolfo, you're logged in twice on the screen, so I'm not quite sure why you're logged in twice. Is
Because I'm
someone
actually about to switch to another device. I was just making sure that it worked before I switch devices.
okay? So please log out of one, please.
Yes, sir.
I still don't know where Mr. Bailey is. I'm going to give him probably about a couple more minutes, and then what I'll do, I'll call the next case, and hopefully he'll be able to log on. I appreciate the representation that you've made, Mr. Adolfo, but I need to confirm. I need Mr. Bailey as the licensee to confirm what was
Understand.
what was stated, sir. Just as a
So I do have a question.
yes, sir.
I have something that I need to get to by 11 o'clock.
Oh, we're
So-
I will. I don't know what do you have a phone number for Mr. Bailey?
I don't. We were corresponding via email. But I don't have it readily available, at least. But we did agree. The only thing is our ANC meeting had to get pushed back because of the redistricting meetings that were taking place.
I'm aware procedurally where we are. I just need him to
I got you.
confirm. I just need him to confirm, and then we'll move on. This is what I'm going to do, and the representative. I'll call this case, and I'm going to put certain things on the record. All right. So, Mr. Adolfo, can you please? This is case number 21 PRO 00095 Aces Lounge, license number 119314. Mr. Adolfo, can you please state your name state and spell your name for the record and your relationship, please?
Salim Adolfo, SALIM ADOFO, Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8C.
And the licensee, David Bailey, is the representative for the licensee. And Mr. Bailey was on my screen this morning. He stated that he was having some concerns hearing us. So I'd ask him to log out and log back in. However, he's unable to log back in. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to move on because he was here this morning. So, but I'll ask Mr. Adolfo, do you have any representation that you wish to make this morning, sir?
Yes, we have agreed in principle to the settlement agreement. My commission will have the formally public meeting tonight to officially vote to approve the settlement agreement.
What I'm going to do with that, Mr. Adolfo, the board will continue this case for 1 week. We'll continue this case until next week or next. I'll continue this until February 16th at 9:30. If the parties have reached a settlement agreement, if you send us the settlement agreement, you can send us the settlement agreement, and we will cancel the hearing. But what we will do then is that we'll continue this case for 1 week. And
all right.
My position is that if you have a settlement agreement before then, send it to the agency, and we will cancel the hearing for next week.
All right. Yes.
Wednesday. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Have a great day then. All right. Bye-bye. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00096. Shoto, license number 119590. This case is canceled. The board received a settlement agreement for our consideration. The next case, we now move to our show cause status hearing. The first case on our show cause status hearing calendar is case number 21 CMP 00046 Seven Seas Restaurant, license number 65 4. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
By Antoine William, rights have been elevated. Christina Okura, your rights have been elevated. Feng Liu. That is all, Chairperson.
Is that it, Miss? I can hardly hear you, but are those all the parties, Ms. Foshman?
I apologize. I see everyone except for Po Feng Liu Sui, but Christina Okura, the applicant's attorney, has been elevated.
Sure, I see that. All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Okura, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please?
Yes.
All right, good morning.
I'm-
All right.
Good morning.
I'm sorry. Is your client joining you this morning, ma'am?
No, I'm representing Miss Liu. I'm only participant in this hearing.
Okay, fine, that's fine. All right, good morning. Let's start with the parties identifying themselves. Let's start with the government, please.
Good morning, Chairperson Donovan Anderson. Sorry, this is Attorney Antoine Williams, the Office of Attorney General, representing the district this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Ms. Okura, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Good morning. This is Christina Okra. I'm the attorney for the licensee, Ms. Po Feng Liu Tzu.
Can you please spell your name and also the licensee, please, ma'am?
Okay. My first name is Christina, Christina. Last name is Okura, Okura. The licensee name is Ms. Po Feng Liu Tzu. Her first name spells Pofung. Last name spelled as Liu-Tsui.
All right, thank you, Ms. Okura. Remember, the hearing, we have a court reporter, so we want to make sure that all the names are properly spelled in the
Sure.
transcript. So thank you. All right, are there Mr. Williams, are there any preliminary matters in this case, sir?
No, well, actually, yes, Chairperson. I want to make sure there was an OIC offer sent to the Heist Group based on their charge.
This is Seven Seas Restaurant.
Seven Seas Restaurant.
Yes, this is this case, Seven Seas Restaurant. That's
Okay.
the case we're on.
My apologies. Yes, okay. With Ms. Okura, the district has sent an OIC to you, an offer of compromise to you. Did you receive that?
Yes, I've been in touch with Mr. Sensi, Assistant Attorney from Office Attorney General. I have discussed the offer in compromise, and my client accepts the this offer and willing to pay the fine that was related to this charge 1 and charge 2.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to confirm that you're on, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, so what is the offer in compromise then?
Okay. What the district is offering is for charge 1, no ABC manager on duty under DC code 25-701 is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or its license or the establishment's license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. For charge 2, the purchase of alcohol inventory from a Class A or B retailer under DC code 25-113A5A, the fine is $2,000 payable within 120 days, or the licensee shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
That's the extent of the offer in compromise, Mr. Williams?
That is correct.
Mr. Core, I know that you had stated that, but I need now for the record, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and for charge 1, there is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days. If the fine is not payable within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. For charge 2, there is a fine of $2,000 payable within 120 days. If the fine is not paid within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. So is it my understanding that so that's the offer in compromise. is your client in acceptance of the offer in compromise?
Yes.
All right, is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up a right to a hearing?
Yes.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
All right. With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise for charge one, a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days be accepted. If the fine is not paid within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. For charge two, I'm sorry, for charge, I'm sorry. How many charges? I apologize, Mr. Williams. How many charges are in this case?
There are only two charges, Chairperson. Charge
Just
one
two.
is no ABC manager on duty. Charge
Right.
two is the purchase of alcohol inventory from a Class A and B retailers.
All right, I apologize. All right, and for charge two, a fine of $2,000 payable within 120 days, or the license will be suspended. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
Ed Grandis.
All right, Mr. Grandis and Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. I want to thank you, Mr. Corrin, and thank you, Mr. Williams, for this offer in compromise. And so 120 days from today. So have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00058, Apera DC, license number 116925. Ms. Fossman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by. Matt Menorah, your rights have been elevated. Ellie Benchimol, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Williams, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Well, Mr. Chairperson, my name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the District of Columbia this morning.
Good morning again, Mr. Williams. Mr. Menorah, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and your relationship?
Sure. Matthew Menorah from the law firm of Malleus O'Brien Sandground. We're ABC licensed counsel for the licensee. And my name is spelled Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Menorah, M-I-N-O-R-A.
And your client is Miss Benchy? Is that the name? Is that your client?
Benjamin, correct. Yes, she's the owner of the establishment.
Ma'am, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and your relationship?
Yes, please. My name is Elizabeth. Short is Ellie, E-L-I, Benchimol, B-E-N-C-H-I-M-O-L, and I am the owner of Gothwine LLC, doing business as Apero.
All right, good morning. All right, Mr. Williams, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
Not in this case.
All right. All right, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 9th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. I will alert all parties at 7 days before the hearing that they are supposed to exchange documents and witnesses. So therefore, since we're dealing with both attorneys, they are aware of the procedure that they need to disclose their documents and witnesses they're relying upon, send it to both sides, and also provide a copy of those documents to Abra Legal. Everyone is clear?
Yes.
All right. Then we'll see you then on March 9th, 2022 for a show cause hearing on this case. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Our next case is case number 21 CMP 00027, the Heast, license number 107384. Ms. Jenny Henson will be recusing herself from participating in this case. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by. Andrew Klein, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Mr. Williams, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the District of Columbia this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Mr. Klein, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andrew Klein here on behalf of the licensee, ICE.
Good morning, Mr. Klein. Mr. Williams, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
Yes, Chairperson, I just wanted to confirm whether or not the attorney has received the offer and compromise that the district has sent. It would have been sent by one attorney, Shani Brown.
Yes, received it. It's acceptable. Had some logistical problems getting it signed, but prepared to accept the offer and compromise on the record.
All right, so Mr. Williams, what is the offer and compromise, please?
Okay, Mr. Chairperson, the charge is failed to engage in the principal service of food while catering an event with alcohol under DCMR 23-2000.1. The fine is $1,000 within 120 days, or the licensee shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, it's my understanding the offer and compromise is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days. If the fine is not payable within 120 days, the license will be suspended. Is this your understanding of the offer and compromise?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is acceptable to the licensee.
And your client is aware that by accepting an offer and compromise that they're giving up the right to a hearing and that they're giving up the right to appeal this matter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With that said, I make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. I want to thank the parties for agreeing to this offer and compromise, and the terms are $1,000 payable in 120 days. So 120 days from this date, it's payable. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for this matter, and thank you, Mr. Klein. All right. All right, our next case is case number, I'm going to call two cases. Case number 21 CMP 00060 Empire Lounge, license number 110702, and case number 21 CMP 00062 Empire Lounge, license number 110702. Excuse me, Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee for Empire Lounge, please?
Please stand by. Richard Bianco, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Williams, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the District of Columbia this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Bianco, please, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Richard Bianco. I'm here on behalf of the licensee.
All right, thank you. All right, so I called case number 21 CMP 0060 and in case number 21 CMP 0062. So for case number 21 CMP 00060, are there any preliminary matters in that case?
Yes, sure, Mr. Chairperson. Attorney Bianco, did you receive an offer and compromise from the district related to this case?
I did, and here's where we are specifically, and I think this will address both matters. This is a noise case, and there were a number of noise violations written up, either 4 or 5, within a period of a week. 2 of them are on for today, and I believe 2 of them are on for next week. I've been in touch with the assigned attorneys from OAG, and we're going to try and work out a global resolution of all matters together.
All right, fine. So what we will do then for case number 21 CMP 00060, that matter is scheduled for show cause hearing on March 9th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. And for case number 21 CMP 00062 Empire Lounge, that matter is scheduled for show cause hearing on March 16th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. And if, as represented by counsel, if there's a global settlement, that can be provided to the board and the board will consider. And if the board considers and accepts the settlement, then those hearings will be canceled along with the other cases. All right. Thank you very much for the representation and have a great day. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00055 Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. This case has been canceled. The government has dismissed the case. The next case on our calendar is case number 21-251-00009 Assets, license number 113585. Ms. Foshman, is this your case too, Mr. Bianco?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, fine. Is there anyone else joining you today?
No, it'll just be me.
All right, fine, thanks. All right, Mr. Williams, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the government this morning.
Mr. Bianco, please.
Mr. Bianco on behalf of the licensee.
All right, Mr. Williams, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Not for this case, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 9th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. All right. All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 AUD 00119 Churid Madrid Restaurant, license number 60806. Mr. Bianco.
Not my case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, that's what I was trying to figure out. I thought, all right. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Chairperson Ernesto Giron is not on the line. And that is the only person that needs to be elevated.
All right, fine. All right, Mr. Williams, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the District of Columbia this morning.
All right, thank you. And I see that the licensee is not here. I don't have a, hold on. I'm trying to see when this case is scheduled for a hearing.
Yeah, I can save you a little time, Your Honor. Mr. Chairperson, rather. I came in an email on Monday to the establishment. I received an email first thing this morning before I logged in for the day, and they've accepted a warning OIC. So basically, I just need to draw that up and send it back to them at this point. I had emailed them stating this morning at like 7:30 saying, hey, since you've gotten to me so late, can you show up for the hearing? But it appears that you may not have gotten that message.
All right. So I was still trying to find out. I don't have a, hold on. I don't have a date for the show cause hearing, but however, it's based on the representation, as long as that, I will ask that you provide us a copy of the OIC as soon as possible, and then we will not schedule a show cause hearing in this matter. But I don't have the date currently for show
Okay.
cause hearing for this case.
I
All
have
right, thank you.
I have the notice that was sent. It's the March 9th at 10:30 for the show cause.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Williams. That I'm looking at, I don't have that on my calendar. I apologize. So you said March 9th at
10:30.
At 10:30. All right, thank you, Mr. Williams. Sorry. All right, so as I stated before, submit the OIC as soon as possible to the agency for the board's consideration and possible acceptance. All right. All right. With that said, thank you very much for your appearance this morning, Mr. Williams, and have a great day.
You too, Mr. Chairperson. Have a good one. Thank you very much.
All right, the next case in our calendar is a fact-finding hearing from Rodman's Discount Spirits, license number 108215. Ms. Foster, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Rodman in this case, please?
I'm elevating the rights of Andrew Klein and Nolan Rodman. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, and let me see something. Mr. Klein, can you please state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, of course. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Klein, ANDREW Klein, KLINE.
And Mr. Klein, did you provide us? I know that you have previously represented this licensee, but for this particular case, did you provide us an appearance notice?
I did not. I was engaged literally this morning, but I'm happy to do that. This situation is fast moving at this point, as we will discuss.
I know that Mr. Rodman, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Nolan Rodman.
I cannot hear you, Mr. Rodman.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I felt a little better. So it appears there's some interference. That's why I'm having some issue. Go ahead.
Apologies. Nolan.
I cannot hear you, Mr. Rodman.
Okay. Can you hear me better?
No.
Okay. I will log in on another device.
Are you on another line, sir? Are you on two? Is there another open line there? I'll ask that.
I'm going to log in on another device. Hello? Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. But yes, all right. So, Mr. Rodman, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Nolan Rodman, Nolan, Rodman, Rodman.
Now, Mr. Rodman, Mr. Klein is on the line, and although he has not provided us with a notice of appearance, is Mr. Klein representing you in this matter, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Klein, I know that you know, so I will ask that in the future, even if it's 2 minutes prior to the hearing, sir, that you put a notice of appearance to the agency that we are aware of your representation, sir. All right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Nolan, I guess where's Mr. Rodman?
Here.
I can't see you, so I don't know what happened.
I have no camera on this computer, unfortunately.
All right, now part of the issue that if you're going to testify, sir, what I would ask, sir, is that I think the issue that I was having before, the issue I was having before is that your voice was very low. So I want to see you if you're going to testify today, sir, since you have that ability. And so if you're able to log in on the other equipment where we could see you and just turn the volume off on that equipment, then we can move forward. So that's what I'll ask that you do, sir, to log back into the other computer where we can see you and make sure that you turn that volume off, and then we'll use your volume on this other computer, sir.
Sure. I have the other one available. I think I just need to be able to share my camera.
I'm not sure if Ms. Foshman, are you able to allow him to view?
Yeah, I'm good.
Well,
How's
that's
that?
still, all right, fine. Yes, I can now see you. And speak again, Mr. Runman.
Sorry, speak again.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I want to make sure that I can hear you. Okay, that's fine. All right. So this is where we are this morning. So I just want to bring everyone up to speed. This is a license that has been in safekeeping for a number of years. And Mr. Rodman had sent in a request, extended, asking for another 6 months to keep his license in safekeeping. The board, however, decided that we were not going to grant an additional 6 months, and the 6 months was supposed to have been concluded for March 30th. So we had decided that we were not going to continue this license in safekeeping because it has not been utilized over the last several years. And in order for the board to formally cancel a hearing, we now have a contested fact-finding hearing. And at this hearing, the board will make a determination whether or not we will continue to, whether or not we would grant the 6 months to to keep the license in safekeeping until March 31st, 2022, or we will uphold our decision to cancel the hearing. To cancel the license. So that's where we are today. And any representation, as I'm understanding, Mr. Klein is representing you. So representation where we are, and then we can decide if we're going to take testimony. So Mr. Klein, where are we, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm unaware that this was scheduled for a contested fact-finding hearing. The agenda does, man, Mr. Chairman. The agenda does not.
Mr. Klein, it's unfortunate that you decide that you were just retained this morning for this case, but Mr. Rodman is clearly aware of the purpose of this hearing. Mr. Rodman is aware that he had requested a routine 6-month extension of his license in safekeeping, and the board denied that matter, denied granting this 6 months on through March 31st, 2022. And so therefore, since the board denied his request to keep his license in safekeeping, Mr. Rodman requested this hearing, sir. I'm unaware why he did not inform you of the basis of this hearing, sir. But Mr. Rodman, he's the one who requested this hearing, basically to tell the board that the board was wrong in denying his request for a 6-month extension through March 31st, 2022.
Be that as it may, Mr. Chair, as I was going to say, in looking at the agenda, which I did immediately upon being contacted about this matter, there's not any indication that it's a contested matter. But in any event, I'm hoping that with the information I'm going to relay to you, that that the board will be satisfied and we can move forward. As you and other members of the board may or may not recall, as you state, this license has been in safekeeping for several years. At one point, there was a discussion, and I think even a fact-finding hearing concerning the presence of another store within 400 feet of the location of Rodman's, which has existed on Wisconsin Avenue for many, many years and is well thought of in the community. A store by the name of Paul's Liquors. And it is determined and was determined, rightfully so, because my office checked, that Paul's Liquors is indeed within 400 feet of the Rodman's location. We learned this past weekend, and in fact, I have an email from Paul's that I can share that begins, dear friends of Paul's, with mixed emotions, we share with you the news that Paul's Wine and Spirits will be closing its operation at the end of February. What we would request is that Rodman be given no more than 15 days to file either, and I want to check with licensing as to how they want to handle it, either a transfer of the Class A license into the Rodman store with the understanding that it cannot be issued unless and until Paul's Liquors actually closes, because I think we're all aware of the ramifications of the 400-foot rule, and the board has had previous rulings with respect to that. Or the more efficient way to handle it, in my way of thinking, although as I said, I want to discuss this with licensing, is simply to file a class change request to convert the current Rodman's B license to an A license. Now, whichever process licensing prefers, or the board prefers, or the director prefers, we will follow, and that will be done within 15 days, such that this license would then be in a position to move forward to being put in use, which we understand is what the board desires, that it either be put in use or be canceled. If it's not going to be put in use, once we're in that process, then we would expect placards to issue relatively quickly. We will then begin working with the community to see whether there are any issues with respect to the conversion of the license from a B to an A, and see if there are issues. If there are, try to get them resolved, and otherwise be back before you for a protest hearing if the license conversion is indeed protested. So either a conversion or a transfer, from our standpoint, we get to the same place if the board will allow us to do that. It's just a question of what paperwork would need to be filed. The conversion would seem to be more efficient, but I leave to licensing, the director, and you and the other members of the board in terms of the appropriate way to proceed in this situation.
All right, there's some questions that I have, or the board has, that I think needs to be responded to. Now, it's my understanding, and all right, a Class A license, if all right, Rodman currently has a Class B license, and it was recently changed to a full service grocery, specifically to add the D restaurant inside. And the Class A cannot have a restaurant serving alcohol inside. So I'm trying to find out if this licensing, and also a Class A license cannot be a full service grocery. So,
Understood.
So what is it that, what's going to happen with this A? I think that's part of the problem. I mean, so I think what you're saying is that they intend to take this A into their current business.
Correct.
So if you want to transfer it in their current location, what type of license are they planning to have? Well, if they're planning to have an A in their current location, there's some problems with that.
Understood. And indeed, if the A is approved and issued, and that prevents them from other licenses, then that license would have to be surrendered, specifically the D. We understand that. So, I mean, there's no intention not to comply with the law. Rodman's has had a desire to convert its license from a B to an A for many years, and was not able to do that because of the presence of Paul's. With Paul's going away, then they would be allowed to do that and wish to pursue that, and have engaged me to try to make that happen. First, with this appearance before you to resolve the issues with respect to the license and safekeeping, and second, to file either a transfer or a conversion as is deemed appropriate by licensing the director and or the board, to get them the A. If that means that they have to surrender the D, then they'll surrender the D.
Any questions by any board members of the, any questions by, hold on, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at one time. Any questions? I guess are there any questions that the board members have? And I mean, if Mr. Rodman is, I know that it's a representation by council. I'm not quite sure if council, if Mr. Rodman will speak, but if there are questions that board members have specifically of Mr. Well, if there are questions that board members have, they can ask of Mr. Klein. If Mr. Klein is unable to answer the question, and if his client wishes to, excuse me, to testify, I'll swear the client in to ask him if that's only if Mr. Klein Mr. Klein is unable to answer the questions, and if he believes that it's in his client's best interest to respond. However, because the client is being represented by counsel, there is no obligation for him to respond, to speak, unless he and his attorney decides that he will respond. So as long as that everyone is clear, that's just by operation of law. I mean, if you have an attorney, the attorney speaks for you. And if the attorney is unable to answer the question, then if the attorney wants the client to respond directly, or the client and the attorney can have communications to determine whether or not they need to answer that question, I will offer them I'll offer that to them. But anyway, so any questions then of the board to Mr. Klein of concerns that they might have based on where we are today?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Short.
Yes, Mr. Short, go ahead.
This question is to either the owner or the attorney. I'd like to know how many years of business has this A request, how many years have they been functioning as a business on Wisconsin Avenue?
Originally,
I'm sorry, Mr. Rodman, hold on one minute, please. Clearly you didn't hear what I said.
Yeah, he can answer for me. I understand.
Mr. Rodman answer that. That's fine.
But hold on, I just want to make sure that everyone knows. So once again, Mr. Rodman, you don't need to respond. Your attorney can respond. But if you're going to respond, then I'm going to swear you in. So let me swear you. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to the truth and nothing but the truth? Mr. Rodman?
Yes, I swear to tell the truth.
All right. All right. Now, whatever questions are being asked of you, Mr. Rodman, you have an attorney. And so you need to get a guidance from your attorney whether you're going to answer the question. Okay, sir? I don't want, and because you and your attorney are not in the same, you and your attorney are not in the same location, your attorney can't tell you whether that you should or shouldn't respond. So I do appreciate the attorney-client privilege, and I want to make sure that since you have an attorney, that if a question is asked, before you answer, sir, you take the instructions from Mr. Klein, whether or not you're going to answer or he's going to answer. Okay? As an attorney, I'm not here trying to favor you, but as an attorney, I want to make sure that that process is protected, sir. Okay? All right. So I guess you're going to respond to the question that was asked by Mr. Short, and Mr. Klein said you can go ahead and answer. So go ahead and answer the question, sir.
Our store has been operating on Wisconsin Avenue since 1955, and in this current location at 5100 since 1964.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Rodman, what is your relationship to the community on Wisconsin Avenue in that neighborhood? And I might as well ask for the whole District of Columbia. I know that a lot of people from my neighborhood travel across town to do business. So what is your relationship with the community that you serve at Rodman's on Wisconsin Avenue?
Please answer that, Mr. Rodman.
We've been serving this community as best we can for over 60 years, and we feel like we've been good stewards of the neighborhood and of the greater DC, Washington area. And people have very good things to say about us, and we hope to continue to do so for a long time in the future.
If granted an A, what other services do you deliver from Rodman's to the community? What other products do you provide to the community?
Provide an assortment of wonderful food items from all around the world: pharmaceuticals, housewares, kitchenwares, bathwares, watch and jewelry repair, home goods, and other luggage, other things, greeting cards, etc.
Okay, with that being said, do you consider, or does your community consider you an asset to the District of Columbia when it comes to service delivery?
Undoubtedly, I would say yes.
Do you think there will be any problem with the ANC or any of your neighbors should this board grant you an A license?
The ANC had already granted us the privilege for an A license, and I do believe that it would be in the best interest of the community to allow us to proceed.
I do thank you for your answers and thank you for the service that you've provided to the community all these years. Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions by any other board members?
Ms. Crockett,
Go ahead, Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Klein, you stated that you want to work with licensing to file something, be it a transfer or whatever, within 15 days. 15 days from when, sir?
From today. I mean, we want to move. And I know the board is anxious to see this license move forward. So we want to make the commitment that we, assuming the board allows us to move forward, that we will work with licensing if it can be done as a conversion, which I believe to be the most efficient, and still provides the community notice, then we'll proceed that way. If licensing says they want a full-blown transfer application, then we'll get one together and get it filed.
Today, and as far as we know, for the next 15 days, there is still an establishment within 400 feet, correct?
Correct. So the plan would be to file the application, understanding that the license cannot issue, even if it were approved, if there is another establishment operating within 400 feet of the same class. The board has dealt with this situation and had it a few times before, where applications move through the process. And in at least one instance I can think of, when it came time for issuance, the license could not issue because in that case, it was a new store that had moved in within 400 feet. and prevented a conversion of an existing store from a B to an A. So this would not be a situation of first impression, and you certainly understand the law that the license can issue as if there's another A within 400 feet, or there's something else that would prohibit its issuance. But we would request the ability to move forward with the processing of the application, understanding that it would only be issued if indeed Paul vacates and ceases operation, which it announced in a blast email on Monday they intend to do.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Absolutely.
Chairman,
I'm sorry, Biz, go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
good morning.
Brandon.
It's always a pleasure to have you before us.
Thank you.
I believe that you may be working under an assumption that this board has not made. I don't believe you represented this client at the last hearing regarding the safekeeping and the extension of the safekeeping of this license. And the board at that time made it very clear that we were not in a position that after March 30th that we would even consider extending this license in safekeeping. So today was an opportunity to have a contested hearing so that this board can obtain information from Rodman's that gave us confidence that the years that this license has been in safekeeping would not continue so, and that while the public may be on a mailing list that Paul sent out to, and of course we respect that kind of notice to the public, but this agency has not been notified. This agency has not had any communication that Paul's is going to be turning in its license. So I think it's a bit premature to talk about maybe giving you all the 15 days to file something, because at this point, there's nothing to file as far as we know, because there is an active license at that location, in spite of what Mr. Pauls may be telling the community.
Okay, 2 points. One is it would seem in reality that we would have until March 30th to file. Well, actually 3 points. Until March 30th to file, given that that's my understanding that that's when safekeeping expires. Second point is, assuming that that is done, that we would respectfully request that the safekeeping be extended until the license process can be concluded. And third is, yes, I agree with you. The fact that Paul's has made a public announcement does not settle the matter finally. However, given what we know, and given that our client was represented to you, I understand last time, was in negotiations to take over the Paul's space. And I've seen, in fact, I've seen a draft lease, so I can represent to the board that that is indeed true. I saw a letter of intent and I've seen a draft lease. We're confident that the license will be turned in, but in any event, as I stated previously in response to Ms. Crockett, if the license isn't turned in, then this license could not issue to Rodman's because, well, no, I take that back. The license wouldn't have to be turned in because what the law says is operating. So whether Paul's turns it in or not, if they cease operations, at that point, the license could issue. We think that's all academic at this point. What we're asking is that the board allow the application to move forward. It's not unprecedented. We've seen it in other cases. And ultimately, I think the board's charge is to make sure that they don't issue a license within 400 feet of another A license that's currently operating.
Hold on,
Mr. Klein, I think
Mr. Grandis, hold on 1 minute. I just want to clarify one thing, for Mr. Mr. Klein, the safekeeping ended September 30th, 2021. They had asked for an additional 6 months through March 31st, 2022. The board denied that. So the safekeeping ended September 30th, 2021. So we did not grant the safekeeping request through March 31st.
Understood. I apologize.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Klein, I think we all appreciate your recommendations on how you can move forward for your client in your client's interest. But as the chairman just stated, that this licensee had requested of this board for a number of years to keep this license in safekeeping. And I think you know that the board has been lenient in doing so for not just this licensee, but others. But statutorily, there is an interest in getting licenses out of safekeeping, particularly in a situation where there are caps on licenses, as they are, for instance, in a Class A. So I really appreciate your recommendations, but I don't think you're taking in consideration on how this board has acted in this matter.
Well,
Thank you.
I mean, my experience is the board has always been diligent about not seeing licenses remain in safekeeping indefinitely, but has balanced that against people who are acting in good faith and moving forward to try to put the license in service. In this case, we have a very definitive plan to do that. And it seems very, very likely that will happen. So, I mean, I think that what we're requesting to really boil it down specifically is that give us the time by which we must file. Give us an opportunity to get through the process, meaning the placarding stage, and any, protests working with the community. I don't think they're going to get protested, but I mean, as a lawyer, I got to prepare for that and make sure we have time to deal with that. And if we don't do what we say we're going to do, then cancel the license. So we're not requesting, I mean, this is much more definite than I'm not going to say any, but most of the situations that I've been before the board on, because there's a very concrete plan and there's an endpoint here where this is either going to get done or it's not going to get done.
Mr. Klein, you're asking the board to take a position or allow steps to be taken when there is an active A license within 400 feet. And I understand your point about, well, we can at least go ahead and file. I don't know if that's the disposition of this board. We have been told over quite a period of time that A for Mr. Pauls would be turned in or he would cease operation. And yes, you now know that, but we don't know that and our agency doesn't know that. So I think the board is inclined to make sure that there is an opportunity for this A to be used.
It will be used. I mean, there is an opportunity, and there's, this licensee or its principals, as the case may be, which have maintained this license, paid the fees on it, acted in good faith. They've been diligent about doing this, even to the point where engaged counsel to negotiate a lease for Paul's, a draft of which I've seen, and I'd be happy to share with the board if the board wants to see it, and worked with respect to taking over the Paul's space. But that now is not the plan. It changed over the weekend, and in fact, I saw the announcement and was in touch with Mr. Rodman because I'd worked with them before. And then Monday, he got an email as part of a blast email where Paul's announced for the first time. Paul's has never said before they're going out of business. But now they have announced to the community in a 3 or 4 paragraph email that they are going out of business. Now, does that mean they have to? No, but I think it seems pretty likely that that's what's going to happen, given that they've, no one puts a sword in their heart to their own business and says we're going out of business unless that's what they're going to do. So I think it's pretty likely they're going out of business.
My last question, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me have this time. I think I'm a bit more confused. Did you just say that your client was thinking about taking the lease there and using the A in that location and keeping the license they have in the current location?
Affiliates, not the same people. I mean, we understand the restrictions against cross ownership, but yes, affiliates would have done that. And that was explored, but that's no longer on the table. At this point, what they want to do, and they're willing to move quickly, that's my representation to you, that they will move quickly. And again, at the end of it, at the end of a brief period, if they don't file, then we would expect the board to cancel the license, number one. And number two, if when they're ready for issuance, if Paul's is still operating, which we don't expect to happen, then we understand that the board is likely going to cancel the license.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Brandon.
Any other questions by any of the board members? So what is it again? So what is it that you're asking? What is it, Mr. Klein, specifically, are you asking the board to do today?
What we are asking is to consider the license as remaining in safekeeping at this point under the following conditions. Number one, that an application be filed within 15 days to either do a class change for Rodman's if licensing is willing to proceed in that fashion, or a transfer into Rodman's of the A license, with the understanding that if the A license is issued and approved, that the B license would be surrendered, the B grocery license would be surrendered, and if necessary, the D license would be surrendered. That the applicant diligently pursue, not just file something in 15 days that's not complete, but diligently pursue finalization of that application. And in the event that we get through the placarding process and the license is approved, either after community input in the settlement agreement or no community input with a presumption of appropriateness, or after a public hearing on appropriateness, that the license then come out of safekeeping and be used by the current licensing. I think that's complete. I hope so.
The request, the initial request from Rodman's was for a 6-month extension through March 31st, 2022. That was the initial request.
Understood.
And so in order for them to move forward from March 31st, 2022, then they would have to make another request to us to say that they would like to keep the license in safekeeping for another 6 months. So by operation of law, that's where it is. So the board had voted. So the board had voted not to grant the license. So what you're asking the board to do then is to grant the extension through March 31st, 2022. Now, you're making representation to say these things are going to happen. And so these would have to, so that would not be of at least immediate concern to the board currently, because we would have granted the extension through March 31st, 2022. So if the license is not in operation, at least the way I'm looking at it, if the license is not in operation by April 1st, 2022, then you would have to come back to make another request to the board for an extension. And I guess
I think that because of, given the timing, I think it's honestly unlikely that that would be the case because we have to get through the placard period. So what I'm doing is not saying, gee, as we usually do, gee, just extend safekeeping. What I'm doing is saying, hey, here's where we are. We understand the board's concerns. We're sensitive to the board's concerns. Extend safekeeping, but condition it upon the things that we've told you that we're going to do, not just us telling you that we're going to do it. Condition it. We want you to hold our feet to the fire, and we're willing to have you hold our feet to the fire because we know what we're going to do. And we want the board to be satisfied because the board has demonstrated serious concerns about this license continuing to languish in safekeeping. So we want the board to be comfortable that we're going to do what we say we're going to do, which is why we're perfectly happy conditioning any extension of safekeeping on us doing what we've told you we're going to do.
Any other questions by any other board members? All right, what I'm going to do,
The other way to do it, Mr. Chair, if we just want to do it simply, I mean, if the board respects our representations in terms of what we're going to do, is just extend it to March 30, and then you can see that we've done what we've told you we're going to do. And if we're in the middle of a placard process, then of course we're going to need another extension. But rather than writing an order saying that we're going to do all these things, it's here on the record. We've represented it. If we come back before you in response to it expiring March 30, then the board can say, hey, you told us you were going to do this, you didn't do it. So we're going to cancel it. I get all that. I mean, we're trying to be very transparent as to what we want to do, and recognizing the board's concerns, we want to make specific commitments to you that we're going to do it. And that's the commitments that we've made today.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. And that's one of the reasons why Mr. Klein had clarified the record by saying that the request that we had today was to extend safekeeping through March 31st, 2022. That's what's on the table. And I know the other provisions that are, I know what's being requested. So what I'm going to do, all right. I'm going to go in executive session because I want to try to see if I can make a decision today rather than say I will take this on advisement. So let's go in executive session. So as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on the fact-finding hearing for Rodman's Discount Liquors License number 108215, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon the fact-finding hearing on Rodman's Discount Spirits License number 108215 for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter, it appears the matter passes. Let's give me about, we'll be off the record. It's 11:55. Give me until, we'll be off the record until 12:55. I'm sorry, 12:05. 12:05. Give us about 10 minutes. We'll come back on the record. So we'll pause. Don't go away. The board is going to go into executive session and we will rejoin you back at 12:05. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, we're back in the record. I think we're waiting for Mr. Cato. As soon as Mr. Cato rejoins us. All right, we're back in the record. All right, this is the fact finding hearing for Rodman's Discount Spirits, and the license number is 108215. I just want to clarify the record again, Mr. Klein, one more time. I just want you to put on the record what it is that you are requesting from the ABC board.
I'm requesting that the license be approved to continue in safekeeping, and the licensee is committed and will agree that the safekeeping continuance can be conditioned upon it filing either a class change request or a transfer, whichever is deemed appropriate by licensing, with the agency within 15 days. We'll agree to thereafter diligently pursue finalization of the class change or transfer. And at the conclusion of that process, which will require placarding, assuming that Paul's is no longer operating, would ask that then the license be issued. If the licensee does not meet its commitment, then the licensee understands that the board can cancel the license.
All right, this is a motion that I'm therefore going to make. I'll make a motion that the board overturn its decision and grant the extension through March 31st, 2022. And that the board will make this change under the condition that the licensee will either within 15 days or prior to and I would say prior to prior to March 31st, 2022, that either a transfer application for class change or a transfer will be filed with the board. Of course, once that's filed, the board will once it is filed, the board will do it. The agency will do its process of deciding if it needs to be placard. The agency will. It's within the agency. The rest of it to inform the community of what's going on. So that's not within. That's not necessarily for the licensee to do. The only thing that we can hold the licensee to do is to have the application in place. And once the licensee has either done the transfer application or the class change application, then it's up to the agency to do its part to advise the community of what's going on. I just want to clarify that for the board. So anyway, so that is a motion. Is there a second?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis, go ahead.
I believe at one point you said that the application be turned into the board. I know you meant the agency because you then said the agency, but
that's the agency.
But the instruction, it has to be turned in to the agency, ready for placarding.
Well, the board, the agency will make, the board and the agency will make a determination whether or not it's going to be placard.
Thank you. I agree with that. Yes.
That's a decision that's an internal decision. So that's why I'm saying it is all of their obligation is to turn the application to the agency, and then the agency and the board will then determine whether or not it will or can be placarded, or whether or not it will be approved. So that's why I can't make that there, because that's an internal procedure from by the board and the agency. All the licensee has to do is to turn the application in, and then the agency and the board will move forward what the proper procedure moving forward is. So that's it. So therefore, it's for us to overturn our decision to issue so we can issue the safekeeping until March 31st, 2022. I'm not sure, and again, this is provided that safekeeping fee be paid. I don't know if it was previously paid and denied, but provided the safekeeping fee for the September through March 31st, 2022 has been paid by the licensee. Okay, so is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
So Mr. Grandis and Mr. Short are in agreement. I second the motion. Mr. Short, and let me take a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett, I disagree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. So the matter passes 5-1 to overturn our previous decision and continue the licensing safekeeping until March 22nd, 2022. The licensee, though, has made certain representations to the agency that it will file a class change or a transfer within 15 days. I will say that it's either within 15 days or prior to March 22nd, 2022. And the licensee should be aware that if this is not done, based on the representation here, that if they submit another request for safekeeping for September 30, for the period April 1st to September 30th, 2022, that the board will not look at that favorably. All right? All right.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you. All right. All right. So we're at the end of our morning administrative agenda. So let's do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated January 26, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E and Spirits and Spice license number 120009. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second? Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Robbie Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our legal agenda, review of a settlement agreement dated February 1st, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2C and Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119403. I make a motion that we approve this with modification. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bbobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Robbie Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated February 1st, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C, the Colorama Citizens Association, and Grand Duchess, license number 106575. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Robbie Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated February 4th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and As You Are, license number 119997. I make a motion that we approve with modifications. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated February 6, 2022 between Amy Mulberg as the abutting property owner and As You Are, license number 119997. I make a motion that we approve this agreement with modifications. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of request to reinstate dismiss application dated February 7th, 2022. The application was dismissed on January 18th, 2022 pursuant to board order number 2022-019. This is Miss Toya Southern Cajun Kitchen, license number 119669. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review request to reinstate canceled license dated February 2nd, 2022. The license was canceled on December 30th, 2021 pursuant to board order number 2021-902. This is Acura license number 091137. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. I think Ms. Henson's having some technical difficulties. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Let's move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review request to remove a license from safekeeping in order to reopen on or about March 1st, 2022. This is for City Tap House license number 106537. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review memo supporting application for a new Class B full service store license. This is for Rainbow Market Beer and Wine Grocery Market, license number 118468. This is just an FYI for the board. Number 3, review of updated memo from Abra Enforcement Division for an application for a new Class B full service grocery license store. This is for Rainbow Market and Wine Grocery Market, license number 118468. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application for carry-out and delivery endorsement. This is for Santa Rosa Taqueria, license number 089622. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review application for an off-site storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at Made to Pleasure Cocktails LLC, an approved storage facility located at 2221-B Adams Place. The request has been made by TAP 99, license number 116883. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to a cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following reasons for the reasons outlined below. Tortilla Coast, license number 085922. The licensee requested cancellation. Harris Teeter, license number 095181. Licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that we cancel these 2 licenses. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board temporary license and 1-day substantial change docket. There are 2 requests on this docket. I will give the name of the licensee, the type of license that's been requested. I will give the license number and the attendees, and then I will make a motion that we approve this request. The first request, a request made by Larry Person for 1-day license class F. It's a Valentine Day celebration. This is on February the 11th, 2022. The license number is 120508. There are 50 attendees, 1 security guard. The next request, a request made by Liquors LLC, trade name Choco Spirits. It's a 1-day substantial change. So it's a 1-day substantial change to extend hours to 3 a.m. for private event. This is on February 11, 2022. The license number for the establishment is 117128, and the substantial change license number is 22 SC 00533. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board grants this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our license administrative docket. On our license administrative docket, there are, I believe there are 21 licensees and requests from licensees. I'm going to review all 21 requests, and at the end, I will make the motion that ABC board grants this request. All right, so give me 1 minute, please. Right. So the first request is a request made by Virginia Market, license number 119980. They are retailer A Liquor store change of hours application. Number 2, a request made by Lydia Restaurant and Lounge. License number 119312, a retailer C restaurant, alcohol carry out and delivery endorsement application. Number 3, a request made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518, their wholesaler A, Gibson loan application for freezers. Number 4 is a request from the Studio Theater, license number 025750, a retailer C multi-purpose facility, letter of request for paymaster permission, Rayco Studio LLC. Number 5 is a request made by I'm Eddie Kano / Nantucket Clam Shack / Jimmy's Philly Steaks, license number 110237. Their retailer C restaurant. The trade name change application to removal of Jimmy's Philly Steaks. And so the new name is I'm Eddie Kano Cano / Nantucket Clam Shack. Number 6, a request from Hotel Tabard Inn, license number 001445, retailer C Hotel, change of officer application. We now add David Ruby, ROUBIE, as the chief executive officer. Number 7, request from Hotel Tabard Inn, license number 001445, retailer C Hotel, change of officer application. So James B. Urbach as a trustee. Number 8, Vagabond, license number 120426, retailer C restaurant, transfer with sale application. Number 9, Glory, license number 119052, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 10, As You Are, license number 119997, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 11, Aslam, license number 106709, retailer C Restaurant Upstream, transfer application. Number 12, Le Diplomat, license number 088243, retailer C Restaurant Upstream, transfer application. Number 13, request from Lost Generation Brewery, license number 120512, manufacturer B, new ABC license application. Number 14, Paradiso, license number 111597, retailer C restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 15, Mood District, license number 120471, retailer B, transfer with sale application. Number 16, The Cove Waterfront, The Cove, license number 120433. It's a manufacturer B, transfer with sale application. Number 17 is a request from Musan Farad and Brand, license number 119225, retailer E Internet stipulated license application. Number 18, a request from Dominion Storage. This is a storage facility permit, letter of request to renew storage facility permit. Number 19, a request from And Pizza, license number 119190, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 20, a request from Cadegna, QATEGNA Cafe, license number 119877, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. And number 21, a request from Whispering Grapes, license number 119369, wholesaler B, new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board grants the request by these establishments. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, with second.
Mr. Grant is the second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 7-0-0. I'm sorry, 6-0-0. All right, we are at the end of our morning agenda, and so the board will go in recess. I want to thank the members of the public who have participated this morning, and I also want to thank the board members who have participated this morning. So the board will be in recess. We will take the dais. We will come back for our public session at 1:30. And I will now ask all board members, I will ask the board members that we will return to executive session at 1:15. Well, so 1:15, all board members should return to executive session, and at 1:30, we will resume our public session calendar. So have a great morning, and I will see the board at 1:15 in executive session, and I will see the public at 1:30 in our public session. Thank you. All right. Then. Bye. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. The board has 5 other members in attendance today for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. The other board members who are joining us this afternoon are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Randis. So as I stated before, the board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. We have 1 case on our calendar. We have a protest case, and once the case is called, our IT specialist will elevate your rights. I'll ask that once your rights have been elevated, you keep your microphone on mute during the entire period of time. If you have any questions during the proceedings, please use the question and answer feature to elevate your concerns. All right, so the case that we have here this afternoon, it's protest hearing case number 21 PRO 00090, Aslan Beer Company, license number 118555. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the rights of all the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Sidone Johannes, your rights have been elevated, along with Andrew Klein, your rights have been elevated. Elwin Ferris, you've called in with 2 different numbers. I'm going to elevate one. If the other one needs to be elevated, please let me know. Your rights have been elevated. I do not see a Suchan Reddy. Ian Thomas, your rights have been elevated. Tracy Buck, your rights have been elevated. Brian Romanovsky, your rights have been elevated. David Conklin, your rights have been elevated. Meski Burhan, your rights have been elevated. I do not see a Nicole Kristoff or a Sam Gilliard. I do not see a Lori Faith or a Sarah Edwards. And lastly, the investigator Christopher Condon, your rights have been elevated. Others are still in the attendee list. Please let me know if you would like me to elevate the rest. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll request, do you have Andrew Kelly, the applicant?
His rights have been elevated.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. All right. Okay. All right, let's the protest hearing. So I will have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the applicant and their representative. Please, so we can start with you, Ms. Johannes. Please spell and state your name for the record, please, and whoever else is, and who's here on behalf of the applicant.
Yes, Sidon Johannes, and that's SIDONYOHANNES from Veritas Law. We are here on behalf of the applicant, Andrew Kelly, and Aslan Beer Company. I believe Andrew Klein was elevated, maybe not. But I will say Andrew Klein is also here. Andrew ANDREW KLINE, if he is here. If not, I will move to the applicant, who is Andrew Kelly, or who is here on behalf of the applicant, Andrew Kelly. Andrew, are you here? Kelly? Mr. Kelly?
Andrew Kelly is here.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment, please?
Yep. ANDREW KELLEY, my name. And I am one of the owners of Aslan Beer Company.
Sorry, Miss Johannes, is that the extent of the parties who look well, if we have any other witnesses, then we'll move on later on and have you identify them. All right.
Sure.
All right, so Mr. Thomas, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Ian Thomas on behalf of the group of 12 residents that are protesting the applicant. That's IAN, first name. Last name is Thomas, THOMAS. With me is my colleague Tracy Buck. Tracy, TRACY, Buck, BUCK. And several of my group are present. I can go through their names if you'd like, or we can hold off until if and when they're called as witnesses.
Well, why don't we just identify the folks who are on the line? So you can tell me, you can call their names, and once you call their names, then they can identify themselves for the record, please.
Absolutely.
Spelling their name, yes.
So there's David Conklin.
Is Mr. Conklin of it? Is he on the line? Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? All right, because that person is not here.
I see him, but I can't.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
There we go.
So, Mr. Conklin, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, hi, David Conklin, CONKLIN.
And there
Who else? Okay, who else, Mr. Thomas?
Sushan Reddy.
Hello, I am Sushan Reddy, spelled SOOCHONRADEE.
Okay, who else?
There is Mesky Brehan.
Hi, I'm Mesky Brahani, MESKY. First name and then last name is Brahani, BRHANE.
Lori Faith.
Hi, Lori Faith, LORI, F as in Frank, AETH.
Who else do we have here? That is all I am seeing on the line right now. I do know there were a couple that were having issues getting in though.
And Mr. If there are other witnesses that you have that are whose rights need to be elevated, please let us know. You can put that information in the chat, and I'll make sure that our IT specialists elevate their rights when that's elevate their rights. I don't want you to say that we have witnesses who are unable to get in, so they can either get in on the video call, or there is a phone line that they can get in on the phone. All right. All right. And so let's have the ABBA representative. Can you please spell out, state your name for the record, please?
Sure, it's Christopher Condon, Christopher. Last name's Condon, Condon.
Okay. All right, this is a protest hearing, and the way this protest hearing will operate is that the board will call its first witness. The board's witness will go through the case report that was filed. The board members will have an opportunity to question the board's witness on his case report. Then the applicant will have an opportunity to ask questions, and then then the protestants will have an opportunity to ask questions. But we'll also start off by having the protestants do an opening statement, and the applicant will first do an opening statement, and the protestants will do an opening statement. Then the board will present its case. Once the board will present its case, then the applicant will have an opportunity to present its case. And once the applicant has presented its case, then the protestant can present its case. Normally in these hearings, I tell people that they have an hour, each side, they have an hour to present their case. And I personally don't think that necessarily an hour is sufficient to present your case. And one of the reasons why we said an hour, it is because it's been done virtually. I did, Mr. Thomas, I did tell folks during the status hearing that at the status hearing, okay, I said 5 witnesses. In the status hearing, I did inform each party that they're limited to no more than 5 minutes, 5 witnesses, and that they will have 60 minutes to present their case. I'm advising both parties, although I'm not going to go strictly by the time limit. Please spend most of your time not in cross-examination, but in presenting direct examination. I know that, so yes, cross-examination is sufficient. That does also count against your time, but I prefer you spend most of your time doing direct examination. And yes, cross-examine the witnesses, but do not spend a significant a period of time doing cross-examination, because I do not want it to be told that one side had a significant more time to present their case than the other side, if the expansion of one side or the other's case, it's because of vigorous cross-examination by one side. All right, so I'm just putting both sides on notice that yes, you can cross-examine, but make sure that you do not spend all day cross-examining, extending one case, and then if we're saying that this case is dragging on because of cross-examination, and that I should be given the same amount of time to present my case. All right. So before we start, are there any preliminary matters on behalf of the applicant?
There are. I was waiting for you to get there, Chairman. So the applicant's going to be requesting a continuance of this protest hearing. And the reason for that is that we want to afford the parties the opportunity to reach an agreement here. We have been working on an agreement diligently. We've been doing so, obviously, working through issues for the last few months, but the last week specifically, as of Sunday, the parties met on Sunday, and believe, that was sort of the breaking point for us, where we do believe that terms have been discussed the last 24 hours. Opposing counsel and I have been discussing terms of an agreement up until the last, I would say, like an hour ago. I do think an agreement could be made here. I think that, additional time would afford us the opportunity, and my client the opportunity, to really think over some of these terms in the agreement presented, and see if that is, see if we can reach that and not move forward with the protest hearing. We know that the board welcomes agreements by parties, and we're hoping to be able to enter one.
So how much time is being requested?
Well, I have preliminarily discussed, or I believe the 17th might be available just as a date. And if that is, we're happy with that date. I don't know if anything. I'll ask the board, you know, what your position is, and if you're available for that date in the event that the parties are not able to enter into an agreement, because of course both sides have the right to present the case before the board, but obviously the intention is that we resolve beforehand.
So that would be, it would have been the 17th at 1:30 if that was, if you're talking about the 17th, that was what you're proposing, that we continue the case to the 17th at 1:30.
That is what I am proposing.
Mr. Thomas.
So yes, first of all, I can confirm that me and Ms. Yadanis have been on the phone extensively over the past 24 hours trying to find a resolution. And I believe that we are close. I would certainly hope that she would represent that we are close as well. We consent to a extension of the protest hearing, provided that we can find it on a mutually agreeable date. The concern that my clients have is that our case in chief is citizens. They're people who are appearing voluntarily to testify about quality of life issues in their community. And they're appearing, you know, not subject to a subpoena or anything like that. And I want to make sure that our witnesses are available on the date that is suggested. So I have I've gone back and spoken with some, not all, but I know that the 17th is not a workable date for them. I know that the following week I am out of the country. We have put our heads together and said, and I think March 9th, if there is availability, I know Wednesday is the day that the board generally meets. March 9th is a day that works for, I think, the majority of our witnesses. And it would minimize any prejudice that a continuance would happen. I will also add that I do, you know, I'm optimistic about where we are in terms of reaching an SA. And so my hope is that we wouldn't even need to appear again on March 9th. But I just throw that out there because I want to make sure that any continuance doesn't impede the rights of my client to present their case about the issues at this particular location.
Before, let me say this to you, Mr. Thomas. The board is limited in granting continuances without the consent of the applicant because it's a new license. So by statute, we have to issue a notice, a decision by date certain.
Right.
If the licensee says that that they agree to a continuance, the board would grant a continuance, but the licensee has to agree. And I don't know about March 7th, March 9th. I would have to see if that's available. And I do not know if this is a date, if the licensee wants to continue this case until a month later, basically for another month, because by statute we have to, because it's a annual license, we have to issue our decision by date certain, and without their consent the board cannot grant a continuance. So so that's where it is. So I don't know whether or not the licensee would want to extend this case to March 9th, and I would have to see if that's even available for us. I don't know what our calendar, well, it's the March 9th is not a date that's available for the board because our calendar is already set. And so we have a full calendar. So we're not available to, this hearing cannot be convened on March 9th. So we can move forward today, or if there's another date that's mutual, that the licensee is the one who would have to agree, because they would have to agree to additional time for them not to operate. And so the board on its own cannot grant a continuance for a because this is a new license. If the license was already issued, we could grant it to a continuance based on the protestants' request if we believe that if it's for good cause. But if the licensee doesn't agree for a new license, the board cannot grant a continuance. So I believe that if the let me see something. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Would February the 16th, would next week Wednesday work?
That would work for the applicant.
Or if the parties, if you have agreed on certain issues, and if there are outstanding issues that you cannot agree on, then if you have a settlement agreement to say that we have these issues that we have agreed, then the board could agree to adopt the settlement, and we just have a hearing today on the issues that are outstanding. We can do that because it appears that everyone is here today, and if the board you could provide us with a settlement agreement, and we, as part of our board order, we could adopt the settlement agreement, and then the board would make a decision today just on the outstanding issues. And I'm sorry, the board is not available on the 16th. The board, we thought we were talking about March, and so the board is not available on February next week. So, so the board is not available on February 16th. The date, there was a misunderstanding. We thought that, our calendar cannot accommodate having this hearing on Wednesday. That's one of the reasons why I think the 17th was proposed. And I think what you're saying, Mr. Thomas, the 17th doesn't work for you. Now you are, so, and I guess I'll ask you, Mr. Johannes, how are you? These are the options, okay? As I stated before, we could move forward today on a protest hearing on the issues that the parties are not in agreement. And if you have a settlement and you have settlement terms, we can put those on the records, and we can, that will be a part of our board order, and we could have a hearing today limited to the issues that the parties have not agreed to, and the board will make a decision. The board, with the consent of the applicant, the board is open to continue this case, but it's only to the extent as how far out the applicant wants to. I mean, we could possibly have this hearing on March 2nd in the afternoon, but I do not know if the applicant wants to wait. That's almost another month before we have this hearing. That's what's there. The applicant would have to agree that they want to postpone this matter through March. I think that they were open to another week, but I'm not sure. But so that's basically what we can offer. So I'm waiting to hear from so the agency is available on the 2nd and the 16th of March to have a hearing. That's only if the applicant is amenable to issue a continuance through that period of time. Or as I stated before, if you're close to settlement, we could move forward with the issues that the parties have agreed, and the disagreement, the board could make a decision on the disagreement. You could present evidence and testimony on the issues that are outstanding, and we'll issue a determination on those issues.
In terms of moving forward on issues that we agree on, and I guess, moving forward in the hearing on those that we don't agree on, that is not from the applicant's position, is not an option here because those are sort of tied together from our perspective. In terms of the dates,
I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, in terms of the dates, to be clear, you said March 2nd in the afternoon. I don't know that date was that something that Mr. Thomas said he was open to?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm throwing the dates that are available from the board. So the dates that are available from the board currently, the board is available in the afternoon of the 17th. Okay, so the board is available in the afternoon of the 17th too. The board is also available in the afternoon of the 2nd. I believe I know for the afternoon of the 2nd, and I believe the afternoon of the 16th of March. So March 2nd in the afternoon and March 16th in the afternoon are both times that are available for the board to continue this case. But again, the applicant would have to let me know whether or not they would even agree to a continuance in March. So first and foremost, the applicant would have to let me know whether or not they would agree to a month continuance, basically.
I would need literally like 2 minutes to talk to my client. Unfortunately, I can't whisper in my client's ear right now.
Hold on. I'm gonna hold on, Mr. I'm gonna have you do that. Mr. Thomas, are you available on March 2nd and or March 16th in the afternoon? So before you talk to your client, I need to see if these dates are even workable.
So from my perspective, March 2nd in the afternoon is available, as is March 16th in the afternoon. My concern is for a couple of my witnesses who are also my client here. If I could suggest maybe a 2-minute, 5-minute.
I'm gonna do that, Mr. Thomas. I'm gonna do that. I just want to make sure before I go off the record for a couple of minutes that the dates that are being presented, that they are workable for both sides. So it doesn't make sense to go off. First and foremost, Ms. Johannes has to let me know whether or not she's even agreeable to a 1 month.
Right.
And then that's why I said, just let me know if those dates are workable. So then when we go off record, then you guys can decide and then come back to me and said, Ms. Johannes will let me know whether or not she'll agree to the 1 month. She will let me know on March 2nd or 16th if she's available and her client is available. And you will also let me know on March 2nd if she's agreeable to to having this continuous hearing through March, whether or not any of those dates are agreeable to you. All right. So let me ask, let me one word before we go off the record. Let me try to say I think those dates. So we'll go off record. How much time do you need?
I just need like 5 minutes. But may I also say, can I just put out there that applicant is not opposed if March 17th, I don't know what the specific situations are with Mr. Thomas's witnesses.
No, that was February. I'm sorry, that was February. February 17th.
Sorry, February 17th. I meant to say February 17th. I don't know his situation, but if we are not opposed to going out of order to try to accommodate what his witnesses or where his witnesses would need to fit in if that date works. Because obviously for 2 different reasons, a earlier hearing date and also less time so parties can discuss and hopefully reach a resolution. February 17th would be ideal. I just wanted to put that out there to say we were not opposed if we needed to, have your witnesses testify before hours or whatever it is to accommodate.
What are the concerns that you have, Mr. Thomas, with February 17th in the afternoon?
So, I appreciate the applicant's willing to accommodate. It is just a complete unavailability of at least 2 witnesses that would be part of our case in chief, and who I believe are here today. And so I mean, that's the concern. The concern is we want to focus on an essay. We want to resolve this. That is certainly a goal of ours. But I don't think we should be placed with a Hobson's choice of extending time for the purpose of finding a settlement, only to find ourselves in a position where we are unable to present our case because witnesses are unavailable.
All right. All right. So let's go off the record. It's 2:29. It's 2:29. Okay. Let's go in executive session, and we'll come back. We'll come back on the record at 2:45. I'm going to also 2:45. So we're gonna go in the board will go in executive session until 2:45. So we will come back on the record at 2:45, and please discuss. I'll ask both councils to have conversations and let us know. I mean, I'm inclined. I'm also inclined to maybe have the board present its case today. Since we're here, have the board present its case, and then when we come back, we'll present, the other sides can move forward. But I'll discuss this but we'll go into executive session just to look at dates and times, and then you guys can come back and let us know what we're doing. So we're off the record until 2:45. I'll ask board members to return to executive session. All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the first one here, Mr. Short. That's good. We're back on the record. I don't see Ms. Johannes. All right, Ms. Johannes,
Yes.
what's your client's position on the continuance?
We are okay with March 2nd.
Mr. Thomas?
I spoke with Miss Johannes during the break. We are okay with March 2nd as well. And I will represent that both council intend to speak in the next day or two about moving forward with the SA. And as a result of that, we would request that the board adjourn the protest hearing for today without putting on its case so that the parties can conserve their resources and focus them on a settlement.
My only concern is that if this matter is not, if we do not have a settlement, that we're gonna have a hearing till 1:30. I'm gonna have a hearing to start at 1:30. And it appears there's two, I think on the applicants, I think the applicant had, I think 2 or 3 witnesses. And the protestant had 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe about 5, maybe 7 or so witnesses. And I don't want us to, all right. So Mr. Ferris, can you please mute your phone, please, sir? If you have something to say, you need to speak to Mr. Thomas, and then I can address you, sir, because Mr. Thomas is representing, if I'm correct, it's only one protest group, and you, Mr. Thomas, are the representative for the protest group. Is that correct?
It's actually not. I represent the group of 12.
And there's a group of 5. All right. So so Mr. Ferris, are you the designated representative for the group of 5? I apologize, sir. I didn't realize that.
Yes.
Hold on, Mr. Ferris. Mr. Ferris, it appears that you are logged on. Let me see. Who else is? Hold on 1 minute. Let me see. Can everyone else put their phone on mute with the exception of Mr. Ferris? All right, go ahead, Mr. Ferris.
Yes.
All right, hold on. Okay, Mr. Ferris, are you in a location? Hold on, Mr. Ferris, hold on a minute. Are you in a location with another witness?
No, I am not.
No, then I think you might be logged on twice. I believe you're logged on twice, so you need to log out of the other. If you're logged on twice, I believe you need to log out. Say something, sir, and I'll let you know.
Can you hear me now?
You're still, based on my experience of being doing these virtual hearings, it appears that you are logged on twice. So the other device that you're logged on, or if there's another witness who is logged on, who's in the same location as you, that person needs to put their phone on mute, because I'm getting the feedback from someone who is in close vicinity, who's in close contact with you. That's why I'm hearing the feedback. Yeah, I'm still hearing that. Are you sure you're not logged on twice, sir? Are you sure you're not using 2 devices to participate in this hearing? And now I think he's gone.
I believe
I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Thomas?
I was going to say, I believe another person in that protest group, Ms. Sterling, has her hand raised. She may be able to speak to the issue that you're asking about, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I can't see Ms. Sterling, so Ms. Sterling,
Thank you.
if
she's on the phone.
Thank you. I'm the president.
I can't see you. I'm sorry, Ms. Sterling, do you have a camera you can turn on?
Potentially.
Well, so if you, I'm not sure how Mr. Thomas was aware that you had your hand raised, because since I can't see you, I couldn't see anything.
On the panelist.
Panelist. Yes, you can see the hand raising.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, I'm looking at a screen with all the names, so I'm not looking at the panelists. So, but anyway,
camera is on. It's covered.
Yes. So just to confirm, the second party to this is also Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance, SDCA, and yes, we are amenable to the extension.
All right. I apologize that I apologize that there were two protestant groups in this case, and I only recognize one. So I do apologize that I was not speaking to the Civic Association in negotiating with the parties that moving forward. So I'm trying to figure out how to do well, because all right, well, I need to figure out what moving forward. I know that the board can have the two protestant group determine who's going to represent them, but because you are a civic association, I'm not sure if that's still a part of it. But I'll get some clarification by the time we move forward to this hearing. But so anyway, so I guess what I'm being told is that at least all three parties have agreed to a short continuance for March 2nd at 1:30, and the request has been made that the board not bifurcate the case. Is that what the parties are requesting jointly?
It is from the protesting group of 5.
Yes, and it is also from SDCA.
Ms. Ioannis?
Yes, on behalf of the applicant, yes.
All right. So the board then will, then this protest hearing will be continued to March 2nd, based on the joint continuation request made by the two protestants and the applicant to continue this matter to March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. So I make a motion that the board grants this motion. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion has passed to issue a continuance to March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. I want the parties we are continuing this matter based on a representation by the parties that they believe that they're very close to a settlement. The board was here today, and the board was available to convene this hearing. So if there's no settlement, and if this matter has to go to a protest hearing on March 2nd at 1:30 p.m., I'm putting all parties on notice that this might end up being a long hearing. So therefore, I need all parties to clear their schedule. I do not want anyone to state that they are not available. And I want to advise all the parties how this process works. The board is going to present its case. Depending on cross-examination, the board's case might take an hour or two. So if the hearing starts at 1:30, the board's case might end up being 2 hours till 3 or 3:30, depending on cross-examination by the protestants. Once the board has ended its case, the applicant will put its case on. The applicant has, I think, 2 to 3 witnesses. Depending on how extensive direct examination is and how extensive cross-examination is, the applicant's case might run till 5:30. So if this matter moves to a protest hearing, the protestant will probably, it's unlikely that the protestant will be able to start the presentation of its case in chief until 5 p.m. in the afternoon. I'm putting everyone on notice. It is, although this hearing will start at 1:30, it is unlikely that the protestant will be able to, and I'll say this, it'll be unlikely that the protestant will start its presentation until say 4 o'clock. So I don't want, when we have the hearing, then someone is going to say on behalf of the protestant that I have to be somewhere at 5 o'clock, and I've been here since 1:30, and I thought that I would be able to testify before 1:30, before 4 or 5 o'clock, as far as the protestants is concerned. So I want the protestants to know that based on how this case, based on our operation, that their case will not start until maybe, depending on how long cross-examinations are by direct examinations and cross-examinations are, that the protestant's case will not start until about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The board, however, will be here as long as it takes to do this hearing. So I need everyone, if we're going to go to a hearing, everyone needs to clear their calendar to know that this might be a very long night. And so I do not want anyone, you have a month's notice to clear your schedule. So I don't want anyone to state that because of time constraint, this person is not available. So just as an FYI. So is it clear to everyone that the process, in the sense that the board will present its case? I'd ask, my preference would have been for the board to present its case today. So if we have this protest hearing, the applicant would start its case at 1:30, and so would get to the protestant's case earlier, but the parties agreed that they don't want to start the case now. So I just want everybody to know that based on how these matters proceed, that the protestants will not get an opportunity to start their case until maybe 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the earliest. Is everyone clear?
Protesters are.
All right. So any other preliminary matter that the board needs to address before we adjourn this case, recess this case? Any other preliminary matter needs to be addressed?
None by the applicant.
None by
Mr.
the
Thomas,
protestant.
Ms. Sterling.
None by SDCA.
All right, thank you. Thank everyone for being here today, and you're free to go. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We therefore are, hold on, let's see. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 16, 2022 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for February 16th, 2022, as published in the DC Register on February 11th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree, as it appears that the motion has passed 6-0. I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further business. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.